Hello, hello, and happy Friday, everybody. Alright, so I'm gonna finish this level off and take that star home. Gotta love getting purple stars. Because I have the second camp, I'm not tapping it in a level. That way I don't have a gem go to one location and the star go to another. So how's everybody doing today? And there we go, the event is just getting started. How am I for those? Okay. Yeah, let's get into that event. Hey, it's triple bingo bullshit time. Yeah, no. Not with how much that ends up costing for most people. I could probably get a couple of these done without a problem. In fact, this one, most likely, the bottom one. And with what I spend on Prism Flower, I'll probably get the top line as well. I might be able to get the blackout bingo on the first card. Depends on if I'm willing to suffer through trying the tower or not. That's not gonna happen, most likely. That lava oasis, so yeah, most likely not do the second card. Let alone that third card. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. Hey, Aga, how you doing? I'm doing okay. Alright, let's see here. So we're gonna get that first cloud key done. Hey, Lacey, how you doing? We're gonna open this first cloud key with the flower. And not gonna buy that offer. We're gonna do that. Bring these over. I want this down here because I like stuff down in the corner to make it easier. I might decide to do a gold capsule, but this map is kind of friendly-ish. I'm going to aim to go up the right-hand side. Glad to hear it. Alright. I'm going to bring these over here. Get a 5 merge. Pop that off and use a sprout on that key. And 3 merge there. Well, 3 merge there. Three merge those. Get the freebie. Merge those on up. Let's see here. 3 merge these. Bring this grass over here. Pop that open. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. I look forward to seeing the finished puzzle if you post it. Merge those, get that out of there. launch this off and get that. There we go. Bring those over. Bring that up. Five merge there. Blue flowers are faster, so I've got a couple of those. And merge those. That's another sprout. All right. First starfall, which means I can get my prism flowers. And you can do prism flower as always with only one flower. I like to have two, and I typically like to merge them up. So there's 5. That means I'll get 2 of the next level. And I should have been popping these off down here. Yeah, that can come over there. 5 merge those. Bring these on up here. And let's see here. Bring that over. Let's see. We've got some grass. We'll bring that over. And a green one. Bring that egg over. We're just gonna 4 merge those to get that out of there. That's 2 more pink flowers. Let's see. There we go. So I've got 4 blue flowers so far. Working my way across this bottom section. Bring that over. And zoom that out because I can see all right at a further out zoom. Three, 4. I need 1 more of those, which I might just get from that. Yep, I did. All right, 5 merge there. I'll bring a couple of these up. Hmm. And that's a 5 merge there. Get a 5 merge there as well. And the pop-up for the golden pass getting in the way. Merge those off. Well, 3 merge those just to get them out of the way. I need a couple essences, 1 essence. And bring that up there. Oh, need more essence. Okay. Stretch that out of my way. Pop that open. Okay, that doesn't help. It does, but it doesn't. Bring that essence up. Grass up here. Yes, I did. Every time I see you guys post in there, I wish I had time to pull out a puzzle. I haven't done one in a long time, but there is a puzzle game on Steam that I might have to grab just to take care of that hunger, as it were. Okay, I'll bring that up here. And we'll bring this up here. That's another sprout. 5 merge those. Oh, I need some more essences. Okay. They're being bountiful with these leaves. That's nice. Alright, let's see. And let's see. And there's more up in there that are higher heels. So let's keep those high heels in mind. Do 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 do. Yeah, the tactile version is much better. It's much like with reading books. I've gotten so I'll read them on a device, but having them in my hand is still preferable. Hey Cheryl, how's it going? Happy Friday. It has been a while. It's good to see you. Hope things have been treating you well. Alright. Hope life has been good to you so while we've been apart here. Alright, let's get that going. And I'll bring these over here. So I still don't have my old camp back. So I'm on a new count still. Whoops, that was clumsy of me, but okay. Not the end of the world to have a clumsy merge. As long as it's not a high level point item. Even then, it's not the end of the world. Never is the end of the world. It's a 10, that's 50. Alright, we'll bring these over here. 5 merge. And I need a couple essences up here. And we'll 5 merge there. Bring these over for that spot. Now I do have some adverts to watch as well for silver capsules. And we'll get another essence here. Get that one done. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Let's see. More of these leaves. And we'll merge those up. That's 2 more pink flowers. Merge those. Let's get one of these. Oh, we got 2 of them. Excellent, excellent. Oh, thank you for the pink flower, dragon. That's very kind. Do, 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 do. Bring that over. And that can come out. Alright, we'll bring these pink flowers over here. Two more blue flowers. And we'll get rid of that. Bring that down here. Merge those up. I need an essence. Give me an essence, please. Do, 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 do. And we'll merge those and get that out here. Let's see. 5 merge those, and I've got my first 2 glowing flowers. And I need one of those orbs. Do I have another? Yes, I do. Bring that over here. And let's see, red grass, ruby grass. There we go. Pink flower. Let's get a couple more over here. 5 merge there. Bring those up. And we'll bring those over. Bring these back this way. Let's see, there's the other egg. Got it. Just want to get in here, and that will let me do it. Okay. I've merged there. Two more glowing flowers. And we'll bring that over. Stick this where it can sprout out a little bit. And that's workshop items, so we'll bring that over. Do 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 do. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of work starting one of those. Good for you. It'll be worth it in the end. Let's see, 50. Bring that over there. I'm gonna launch this off to get some heal going. And 5 merge these. Let's see. Those are 10s. These are 2s. And guess what gets done first? And there we go with that. Essences. And we'll get another essence off of that. And that'll give a combo. And bring these grass up here. Is there another ruby grass around? No. Okay. I need a couple of these. Because why heal it when you can merge heal it? Right? Alright. And we'll get that. I've merged these. All right. I am going to switch this to the break screen while I watch the ad for silver capsules. All right. Oh, one of those yucks. There's no way they're going to get me to play the game that they're showing me here. No way. Oh, I don't know if you guys saw, but the ones that do Merge Adventure have a new game out in beta. It's only available on Android, so also on emulators. Hey Josh, how you doing? How's your ma? Alright, so alright, so there's the first of the two silver capsules. And give this a moment and I'll get the other one. Watch that ad as well. Dude, glad to hear you're doing alright. So, the game, if you're looking for the other one that's from the ones that did Merge Adventure, is Merge Castles. Or Merge Castle. It's got a girl on it for the icon. And it's, again, never a game, so you'll know if you find that's it. Alright, back to here. That's the second silver capsule. Let's see. Okay. Alright, point item there. And that's a 50, so we'll do those to get that out of there. And we'll bring that over. And get a couple more of those little ones. That's a 50, so we'll use those there. And bring these down. And there's another sprout. All right, let's see. That's 2 grapes. We'll bring those up here. And get that. Do, 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 do. I'll pop this off down here, and that's another brick. And that gives me a 5 merge of these bricks, which means I'll have that key when I heal it out. And we'll 5 merge those. A couple of easel or pallets. And we'll bring that down here. Bring this down. Okay, we've got a couple coins there. Okay. All 3 merge those to get that out of there. Bring those sprouts over. These flowers can come over here to get another 5 merge there on the right-hand side. Honestly, Josh, other than, well, first off, you want to play the trial and see if you like it. And the trial for 14 is extensive. So you can play to level 70 and all the jobs of it if you really wanted to for free before you'd even have to buy the game. 14 is very only cosmetic, really, for the purchases, other than having a monthly subscription once you get off the trial and having to pay for the game outright. And when you get to the point where you decide you want to buy the game, you want to get it with all the expansions. So you get the big package for it, the one that would have Dawn Trail at this point in time. And that will give you all of it. That'll give you the beginning, the base game, all the way up to the end of it currently. And that comes, I believe, with a month subscription included in it. They do have a shop for basically for cosmetic stuff. Some of it is stuff that's like rewards from previous events that they don't reuse. So the only way you'd get them would be through that shop. But it's very friendly to not having to spend money to play and not having to spend money to be competitive. The only downside of a trial is you're not able to send tells, you're not able to get mail, you can't join a free company, which is a guild. Think of it like a den. And you're not able to form your own parties, and there's a limit on how much gil, which is the gold, that you can have. And you can't use the market board. So there's some limitations with the trial, but that counterbalances and kind of helps with people that might otherwise have made test accounts or trial accounts to try um to do gold selling or whatever. Hey, Mighty Gamer, how you doing? Some of it gives a slight buff, like to your experience in your first 30 or so levels of the game. But if you start on the right servers, you're already going to have potentially a quote unquote road to 90 buff right now, which boosts your XP as well. And there's a couple of things that you can get in the game itself that will also boost your XP at the low levels. Like there's when you get to level 15, there's something called Hall of the Novice. And if you do those, all of them, you get a ring that will give you an XP boost anytime you're below level 30. I'm talking about Final Fantasy 14 right now. Hey, Metagamer, how you doing? So Final Fantasy 14 is my primary game. And Josh is thinking about trying it out. So if you decide to make a character on there, look for one that's labeled as a preferred world. And if you're not sure, just, send me a message, see if I'm around, and see if I can help you figure out what one to join. I've got characters on several, but I don't play nearly as much as some people. So, there's that to bear in mind too. But there's a lot of friendly and helpful people. It is one of the more wholesome communities out there for a game. There, there's their share of, they've got their share of toxic people too. But most of the time, it's really nice people around. You're not apt to run into too many of them, Josh. A lot of times people will give advice, and it's just advice. They're just trying to help you get better with the game, so don't take it the wrong way. Occasionally you run into somebody that's a jerk and you can block them. And then it's like, whatever. It makes it so you can't hear anything from them. So, yeah, not a big deal. I'll bring this over here. This over here, this over here, and I want to heal that spot. And that's two more of those. I'm going to bring this down here to heal this off. There we go. Two more trees. More sprout producers. And considering how long I've played 14, my block list is really short. I need a couple essences. Bring those over here. And I know I was looking at an essence there. All right. Get that up there. Bring those over. The beginning of the game can be kind of overwhelming too, but sometimes it has to do more with people trying to help than anything. And it's well intentioned. It is not an uncommon thing for people to be just sitting around and sharing mounts, showing people new stuff, or new people stuff that they will eventually be able to get. Just like, hey, you'll be able to get this too. Okay. And let's open this key up here. I need an essence. Come on, essence. And another one of these. All right. I'll do that and that. And we'll march there to get that out. Bring these blue flowers over. And one thing I'll tell you with 14, when it's your first time through, do not skip your cutscenes if you are at all interested in story. And that's the big thing with 14 is the story. So don't cheat yourself out of the experience. In general, most people will be patient about it because it's your first time. And those that aren't, welcome. Back before they made one part of the game that's like major big time for the story, so that you couldn't skip the cutscenes in it, a lot of people would just burst through it and then it would have all the cutscenes and the new person wouldn't really get to play anything on in it unless they skipped the cutscenes. And I didn't think that was right. So if the rest of the party was doing that, I'd sit down with a new player and go, if you're that intent on doing it without the new person and going fast, well, do it without me too. Because everybody deserves to enjoy their cutscenes when it's their first time through. Alright, let's see what was in that silver as well. That's helpful. Get that. And we'll bring these over. And we'll bring that silver or bronze one down here. Okay. I need one more of those healed out. No, I don't. There we go. 5 merge there. And bring those down there. And I need some essences. All right. And these get to come over here. Let's see here. I'll bring 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And bring those up. And there's a 5th one. 2 more glowing flowers. And we'll 5 merge those. That's 2 6s already. And we'll bring this over here. All right. Missed you too. Well, that's the thing. If you've seen them once, it might get skipped for you, at least at the start of the dungeons and trials and whatnot. If you haven't seen the cutscene before, it won't drop the barrier to be able to start now until that cutscene's over. Or you skip it. And like I said, don't skip it. You are entitled to see your cutscenes. because the story is the big part of the game. It really is. Not everybody's going to feel that it's a big part of the game, but, you know, it's your game too to play. There you go. And you play with a lot of random people. They've got a duty finder that just um finds people that are doing the same duty or the same roulette of duties. Even let's see here. One of those had an egg in it. Nice. Okay. Exactly. Glib knows how people can be. And that's where you file anybody that's got the wrong attitude. That's a way to put it. Hmm. Let's see. We're gonna launch this over here and hope that it gives me that egg. It did! Yay! Second dragon get. There we go. Second dragon has been received. Absolutely. Five merge there, and three merge there to get that out. Merge those and get that. There we go. Now I can focus more on getting my leaves and all that. Now that I've got my second dragon. Alright. Just remember you do have to censor a little bit in that game because, well, it can be reportable if you go too far. So just bear that in mind. There's play nice, play fair rules. Although that doesn't stop some people. Oh no. I was saying that there's, the play nice, play fair rules where you do sometimes have to censor yourself a little bit because people can report if you're too nasty to them. Or if you do stuff, you pressure them to do stuff that they don't want to do. It's just how it is. Yeah, YouTube has been rife with that lately. What's that? Oh, not all books do that. But yeah, it's like on one hand I can see the value in doing that for some people, but on the other it's like why when you can, skip those pages. Or, it's just more recognized. Ah, the same set of authors then probably too. Um, Rock Dragon, you're on the wrong flower and you're crimping my groove. You're harshing my vibe, as they say. Hey, then it's serving a purpose, not the intended one, but it's serving a purpose. It's getting you to read it. It's marketing. Okay. Obviously, that's not working out for the harvesting routine here. Oh, let's keep going here. There you go. There you go. Well, uh, if you end up playing and getting to where you want to do raiding, well, you might want to go along for some dungeons with me for some of that stuff. If I decided I'd get back into that, because I, yeah, Raiding can be a headache. I don't usually do it because it drives me up the wall. And I swear a lot. Ah, okay. If you've played WoW, then you've got the idea of what's going on. That and 14 and a couple of other games all learn from each other. Their devs play the other games and bring stuff back. So we had a whole influx of WoW players a couple years back. I say a couple years, might be more like 5 years, 3 to 5 years, that range. And yeah, it's like riding a bike or like swimming. You don't really forget how. You might flail around a little bit at first, but you'll have the basic idea. It'll be more about learning the jobs or the classes and what you like, finding what you like to play. Then it's going to be learning all together. Okay, hit me with it. Hit me with this joke. And what's in this box? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh, that's good. All right, so yeah. But yeah, you're gonna know the basic premises, like, you know, if the healer dies, it's the tank's fault. If the tank dies, it's the healer's fault, and if the DPS dies, it's their own damn fault. You know, you already know that one. Now, the nice thing in 14 is to have different jobs, to have different. So, say you want to be a tank one day, or for a little while, you could play that and then switch over to a healer if you want to on the same character, or switch to a DPS on the same character. You can have all the crafters on the same character, all the gatherers on the same character. And they level independently. The only ones that level together are the Scholar and Summoner, because they're one of these rare, they're the odd one out that started out as one job that split into two. Um, Tank healer hybrid, huh? You're gonna like Warrior, how it is right now. Warrior is so much self-sustain in the end game that they might as well not even need a healer. In a lot of stuff, they just heal themselves. Healers do DPS if they're comfortable with it. Some healers don't, but it's generally expected most of the time. I don't play healer much. I don't like playing healer. It's too stressful for me. I will in a pinch in early game, but if I can avoid it, I will. I'm too apt to blame myself for everything. So, yeah, it's enough for me for playing healer. More power to anybody that does. But yeah, personally, I like the gathering and crafting the most. And oh, here's another thing. So, with the jobs, there's some that are locked behind progression through the story and reaching certain levels. So, any of the jobs that got introduced in Heavensward, you won't be able to access until you get to the expansion Heavensward. Because you have to be able to get to the city that they start in. Now, later ones that got added were added in the original cities that came with ARR, A Realm Reborn. But you still have to have reached a certain level and have a particular expansion to be able to get to them, to be able to unlock them. My favorite job comes from the Stormblood expansion, which is one of them you'll be able to play during the trial if you stick with the trial. And Samurai was also introduced at that time, but my big thing is Red Mage. I love playing Red Mage. I started out as a monk, and I was disappointed to find out that monk was not a tank. But that was a me thing because the monks and their counterpart bruisers in EverQuest 2 are tanks. And that was my main thing there. And the playstyle is similar to the barbarians in Darker Realms, which was my main thing there. I still enjoy the monk, but I have to remember it's a DPS now, not a tank. Although I have at times in the past briefly been the backup tank in something on my monks. I likes to do side quests as you get that. It's a little bit mixed. So I do like to go through and clean up all those side quests. If it's a blue side quest for the icon with a little plus sign, it means it unlocks something. So yes, I'm going to be prioritizing those. But if it doesn't, then I might wait with them for the alternate jobs to use them to help leveling those up. But I do like to eventually clear the map of all of those so that I don't have the markers on the map saying, hey, there's a quest over here. Hey, there's a quest over here. That way when a patch the DLC along the way, as the expansion goes along, pops up and might put more quests on a map, then I don't have to worry about are the quests I want blocked by some of this stuff, or you know, which one of these quests is the one that I need? If I've cleared them all out, well, if there's a new marker there, I know that it's one that I haven't done yet and that it's new. So, I am very proactive and whatnot about being able to be lazy later on. If that makes any sense. I work hard to be able to be lazy. And my working hard to be lazy doesn't look like being lazy to some other people. Yeah. But it is. It is. That's how I look at it. And that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Hey, it works for me. But yeah, and everybody has a method. Sometimes it's a method to madness. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear it's not giving you any problems. Let's stick that up there. Do 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 do. Working my way towards having my dragon trees. I might be in it, but I've also got other discords that I'm part of, and like my free company has. So, well, the free company for the FC that I have on one of the European servers. It's got a Discord. The big 14 servers, I'm possibly in them, but I have them muted. And there's a lot of Discords for 14. That's not bad at all. Alright. Bring these over. Do, 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 do. Stick that over there. Excuse me. Let's tidy this up a little. Oh, that's right. I've got an ad on this, so we're just gonna do. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. They're looking at the wrong market here. They are barking up the wrong tree with that one. All right, come on, finish up so I can get my red orb. Excuse me, there we go. All right. I almost missed the fact that I had a dimensional jar there. That would have been something. I'll bring that up there. And we'll keep on going here. Yeah, not bad at all. Do 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 do. So, got my first two of those big blue orbs. Part of me is sitting there going, why didn't I go for the gold capsule? Because I didn't go for the gold capsule. That's why. Alright, let's complete some quests here. No, I'm not getting the pass. Not until I'm sure if I'm going to go that far or not. And get that. And get that out of the way. Get these dragons back to work. Do 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 do. I'm just gonna keep on harvesting. All right. So, like for you, Josh, since you're in the States, you're going to want one of the NA servers, most likely. It'll be the least lag for you. And to get the boost for XP, it would be one of the Dynamis servers. That's the data center name. I don't really worry about the bingo cards because they cost. Because there's usually gems involved, I don't usually worry about it. If I complete it, I complete something. If I don't, I don't. I'm not going to go out of my way. And now that I've got the triple bingos, ugh, it's just money grubby. That's all it is. It's money grubby. And there's other things most of the time that I'd rather spend my gems on, especially now that I'm on a new account. I splurged a little bit recently and upgraded my egg storage on this account. Actually, you can play on PS5, and you can switch back and forth between PS5 and PC. However, you have to have a license for both of them if you want to play on both platforms. And if you're more used to a controller, you can actually hook a controller into a PC and play controller on the PC too. Some people do that. So yeah, don't feel like you have to get a gaming PC just to play 14. Yes, that's the downside. You'd have to pay for it twice. Yeah, each license is for a different device type. And I believe you can also play on a Steam Deck for some of it. I've never done that, but some people I believe have and do. That one, I don't think you have to have a special extra license for or anything. And yeah, you can play it through Steam as well. Although, personally, I suggest not getting it through Steam because then you're tied to Steam for where you purchase the expansions from. And the sales that you can get elsewhere might be better. Also, if and when you get the full game, within a week of that, if you use a refer a friend code, you and the person that have the refer a friend code that they give you will get some bonus items. And then every time you up your sub again for like 5 months or so, I forget exactly, I'd have to look it up, but for a few months at least, there's additional refer a friend rewards that you might get if they're still running that. Hey, hey. So yeah. And put it this way, Josh. I have been playing for like 12 years at this game, and I still have stuff that I haven't done. And again, I've got like 20 plus alts, so that's partly on me. I play the parts that I enjoy, and I skip the parts that I don't enjoy. Oh no, we absolutely can play together. There's no restrictions there either. one of my in-game best friends plays primarily on PlayStation. And yeah, they that's just we always played together. In fact, you're if I introduce you to him, you're either gonna love him or hate him. The two of you will either get on like a house on fire, or yeah, or like cats and dogs do. So that's a. But he's one that plays on the European servers. You know, there's a saying that MMORPG stands for many men online role playing as girls. Doesn't faze me at all. There's actually a person that we met recently that plays a female character because he doesn't like how the playdead looks on the males. And I don't blame him. So the playdead emote is actually one of those things that you would have to spend money on. But it's like $5. You like that one, huh? It's true. It's true. That's what makes it funny. It is so true. And on the reverse side of that, Josh, if I see you playing a female character, I'm going to refer to you as female when you're playing the character. You will hear me use or see me use the pronouns for females because your character is female. It's just how it is. That's like my boyfriend's been playing a game where the character that you're playing as in it is female. And we've been making jokes about, didn't know I was a lesbian because my boyfriend's playing a female character. And we just laugh. And I'm just like, he's playing a female character. So what? It's like the race and gender of the race that I play on that is stereotypically either lesbians or um M to F, you know? And oh well, I like playing that race and that gender. The funny thing is it's the same race that my boyfriend plays when he plays. And the males are usually expected to be, of that race are expected to be in real life. Generally, they're gay. But we're both cis. So, doesn't matter. It's not a tried and true. It's just an assumption. And there's like these cat people that, not the Makote, but the Hrothgars. And the males in the Hrothgars are typically expected to be also. So, oh wow, Josh, that's a lot in a series, but hey, cool. You're gonna be busy for a little bit there. Yeah, so I can see potentially the male Hrothgar or the male Rogadin being up your alley. Although you might actually go for the male Aura. You won't have Hrothgar available to you until you actually buy the game. There is that to bear in mind. But there is a potion that you get at least one of free and possibly more that can be used to do a race change if you decide you want to try a different race. So you're not even stuck with what you originally choose. Ah, okay. I think I've seen that. Yeah, the game I'm talking about is 14. That's like what we've been talking about right along. Oh, the other game is Satisfactory. I can't play Satisfactory. The first person view on it makes me sick, gives me headaches. Um, and without mods for that game, you can't change that. So I just can't play it. But seriously, I you can buy it whenever you want to, but I would definitely do at least an hour of just playing the trial. Now, I do have to tell you that the base game, Realm Reborn, is kind of slow, but it gets better. It really comes into its own once you get into Heaven's Ward, which is the level 60 or 50 plus, and it's in the first of the expansions. Oh, yeah, I like big books, and I cannot lie. Yes, you have that song in your head now. Oh, see here. My wrists and hands, on the other hand. Um, being that you've played World of Warcraft, I don't think you'd need that much handholding, if any. You might need some pointers for a couple of things, but not really. It's self-explanatory if you've got experience with MMOs in the first place. There'll come up some things where you might need either somebody to answer something or to look it up, and there's extensive materials out there for that sort of thing too. But hand holding, not so much, unless you want just somebody to unsync something, which takes the level caps off of it, and then run through it as an overpowered thing just to get you through something real quick, which I'm guilty of. But you should be fine. If you should be fine. Like when you're creating a character, you might want to, you know, hear about different things to do with them for like the different races and jobs and whatnot, just to help you make an informed decision on what you want to play to start. Hey. All right, so the big things to remember and are that if the icon is circular and it looks like it's got a meteor shape to it, so it'll have like little flames coming off the sides of it, that is your main scenario quests. If the quest has a blue background to it rather than just a gold one, or um it unlocks things further along even if it's not the meteor shape. So that helps guide you through with what you're doing. The icons for the jobs, if they have a blue background, they're tanks. Green background, they're healers. Red backgrounds, they're DPS for the combat jobs. At level 30 for the original jobs, you're able to do quests that will give you a job stone, which upgrades your job and gives you access to more abilities. So, like, the conjurer will turn into the white mage. The arcanist will get access to both the scholar and the summoner. Scholar is a healer, summoner is a DPS, and they level with the same XP. So as you level one, you're leveling the other. Your archer becomes a bard. Your lancer becomes a dragoon. There's the trope that the dragoons are floor tanks because they used to die a lot because of animation lock on some of their abilities. The bruiser becomes a monk. The different jobs start in different cities. They have a base city that they're associated with. So, like, if you start with a thaumaturge, which is a black mage, the max level on a paid account is 100. The max level you can get to on the trial, I believe, is 70. Yeah, 70, because you can get through Stormblood. A lot of people refer to different sections of the game, the expansions, by the expansion name or a shortened version of it. But if you weren't there for it, sometimes it's hard to remember which ones are which. And that's okay too. You wouldn't be alone in that. And we'll pop that open. Aw, no dimensional jar. That rots. Okay. And back to the harvesting. Yes, actually, there's two different subscription levels. One that's like $3 cheaper that only lets you have one character per server. and up to 8 characters in total. And then the one that I use, which allows 8 characters per server and up to 40 total. Yeah, I'd love to have more dimensional jars to get more of those red orbs for free. But yeah, and you start out being able to have 2 retainers. Bag space is the big thing on 14. You start out being able to get 2 retainers once you get to the right level for it and do the quest. And then you can add to your subscription a little bit extra each month to have an additional retainer up to a total of like 9 or 10 of them. But each one of them costs and is a subscription additional fee. Um, and if you don't continue that, it just locks them so you can't get access to the additional ones until you sub them again. The one that I have is $15 a month. And you can pay 3 months, you can pay 6 months, and if you pay more months for a set, it gives you a discount on it. And then it's like $1 or $2 for each retainer. And considering how much I play versus what I might be spending otherwise, uh, yeah, it's worth it. If I were what I might be spending for other entertainment, definitely, definitely worth it. I don't find it to be a outrageous amount to me. So yeah, it's not bad. $15 a month, not bad at all. It's like 12 if you only have one per server and up to 8 characters. And it's been pretty stable at that price. In fact, I don't think it's gone up at all since I started playing. Awesome. And I will say this, it doesn't really matter what race you play or what deity you pick for that character or anything. There used to be a little bit of something to it because the stats were slightly different, but now when you get past a certain level, that little tiny bit of difference makes no difference. It really doesn't. It's just cosmetic now. Yeah, there's probably better teachers out there than I am, but I am happy to help. I don't hand hold so much as I give you answers and then throw you in the deep end. I'm bad like that. But then once you fall down a couple times, I might giggle with you, but then I'll help you and tell you what you were doing wrong or whatnot, and explain to you what you might have tried to do different. But it doesn't hurt you to fall down. And the only time dying really hurts in that game is like in certain very small circumstances. Like, oh, you don't lose experience unless you're in Eureka which is a different leveling system, and that's something you're not going to get to for a while. Oh goodness, yes. Yes, it still gets updates and new content. Um we just got a patch recently. It's about every 4 months, 3, 4 months that we get a big patch. And then um there's little patches in there. And then every few years we get an expansion. Let's see here. So the current patch, current update that we got was actually on the 2nd of September. Added a bunch of stuff, tweaked a few other things. So yeah. And there's seasonal events and all sorts of stuff. Not every patch is going to have stuff in it that every player is going to be interested in. Do bear that in mind. But yeah, there's quite frequent updates. And the patch cycles, you can pretty much tell where in an expansion you are by what the patch numbers or the what the decimals are within the updates. So we're in 7.3, which means there's like only a couple more really massive ones before we get into the next expansion, but there'll be little ones in between. Oh, there'll be something for Christmas, but expansion wise, it's gonna be a little bit over a year probably. Because there's also the fan fests, and there's one for North America, one for Europe, and one for Japan. And they give teasers for the expansion that's upcoming during those fan fests. No, there's no open world PvP, but there is a PvP mode that you sign up for, and your skills and whatnot on the job will be different slightly, and how they work will be slightly different in there. Yeah, no, they don't have quite like that. And then there is an area where you can do dueling as part of practicing for the PvP mode, but it's not a general thing. EQ2 had PvP servers specifically that you could do that sort of thing in too, but yeah, the PvP in 14 is a little more defined, and there's actually 3 different modes of PvP for 14. Yeah, at least 3. There's Crystalline Conflict, there's Frontlines, and there is the Rival Wings. that I can think of off the top of my head. But yeah. And they all function a little bit differently. Like, it's hard to explain because I don't do much PvP. Also, with their PvP, you can sign up for it as a roulette for like the front line. And you can go in on one job, but the one that you signed up for it as is the one that'll get the experience from doing it. So I use it to level up jobs that I'm not particularly fond of. So, like, that's how I leveled up my healers and my tanks. Alright, and we'll merge those up, bring these over. There's 2 more glowing flowers. That's 2 more twin flowers. I am really just going along working on these trees. I need to switch gears here. Yeah. Okay, I need 1 more of those. Alright, almost there. Almost where I want it to be. It's okay. Hey, I don't mind talking about other games. That's okay. You can keep asking about stuff. But yeah. I'm gonna be doing a stream. I definitely am doing a stream this weekend where I do the Dawn Veil stuff in this because I've got stuff built up and I've been holding off on actually digging into it really until I do that stream, and I need to do that stream so that I can get into this stuff. Bring that star over here as well. Alright, there we go. Oh, dimensional jar. Alright, let's hide that so that I can watch that ad without subjecting you guys to it. Do 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 do. And that's one of those games that just pisses me off. Do do do. Let's get this ad over with. Come on. Alright, it's almost done with this ad. Alright, and switch this back. We're gonna get rid of that dimensional jar though for the and there's that. It will eat your time. It will eat your time, man. If you get into it, that is. But yeah, I'm loath to think about how much of my time I have put into 14 over the years. And that's even with taking breaks from it. Alright, and that's 2 more of the blue flowers. Do, 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 do. Alright, so 2 more of the saplings. And we'll do that for another twin flower. Almost there. Bring these down here. Gonna get rid of the young glowing tree. Do, 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 do. There we go. Merge those up. Merge those up, and there. That's another one of these trees. And we'll bring these up here. Bring these over. And we'll merge those. Get rid of that dimensional jar. Get rid of that leaf. All right. No, you're going over there. Do, 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 do. And lock this down. And get to grinding these out. Awesome! Congrats, Aga. That's the most important part of them. Alright, let's keep going here. And grinding them out here. Let's start making those cabins. Oh wow. Yeah, I don't feel like I've truly started the puzzle until I have all the edge pieces. So much so that I just go through and I sort them so that I have all the edge pieces in one place, apart from everything else, before I even start trying to really put things together. And I admit I am very OCD about it. I will own that shit. I'm very, very intent on having it just so with puzzles. Nice, nice. That's awesome. And yeah, the grid system that I do over there, that's very much like how I do puzzling. Oh man. My grandfather, when I was little, we'd do puzzles and he was very competitive with puzzles. If we couldn't find the last piece of a puzzle, we knew to check his pockets or his dresser drawers because he always liked to have the last piece. So he'd pocket one or two. We used to do those all the time when I was a kid. My one of my uncles decided that I needed more of a challenge, so he started getting the 3D puzzles. It is. It is evil of my grandfather to have done that, but it just was his way. So, if a puzzle took more than one day, his his dresser got frisked. That's all there was to it. But at least he'd still keep doing puzzles with me, unlike other games. a lot of board games he gets, so he wouldn't play them with me. And dominoes, he wouldn't play those with me after a while. Because I got too good at them after he taught me how to play them. Nobody would play cards with me. Yeah. Although my best friend's father did like playing chess with me because I was the only person that would play chess with him. I haven't played that in forever. I wonder if I still know how to play. I'm sure I do, but I haven't played chess in forever. Okay. And back to it. There we go. I don't believe I've played 3D chess. Yeah. Um, in Jim Butcher's Codex Alera series, the Canes actually have a game that they play that is kind of like a 3D chess. And it's understandable that they would, considering, um, or no, maybe it's not the Canes that have it initially, but there is like a 3D chess, but considering that people can utilize spirits to help them fly in that game or in that show book series. Okay, I'd love to see it be a show. If they could adapt it to being a television show, that'd be awesome. Or a movie series, that'd be awesome too. I The whole premise for that series of books was he got challenged to make something that combined Roman legions with Pokemon. And it turned into like a 5 book series. And it's just so good. You wouldn't think that those two things would go together, but he made it work. And it's a thing of beauty. And there's a couple more cabins. Yeah, he definitely met that challenge with just with bells on. It's really good. And I didn't know about the whole challenge thing until like after I was 3 books deep into it. And then I read that and I'm like, huh. Well, yeah, I can see it. Took me a bit to wrap my head around it. I was like, wait a minute, really? Oh, hmm. Okay, yeah, I see it. I see where it, yeah. After I got thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, he did do that. Just like, why? Well, it worked. It worked. It's the Codex Alera. Hold on. Wait, it's six books. So it starts off with Furies of Caldera, and then it's Academ's Fury. Here, let me grab a Amazon referral link for it for the first book. Or Calderon, yeah, Calderon. Um, oh no, it's not going to give me a referral link. Never mind. I will give you a link for the first book. Wait. Oh, yeah, it is going to give me the link. So if you use this link, um, that I'm putting in chat, then I do get a commission. All right, I am putting the disclaimer in there. That is a referral link. So if you do make a purchase after using that link, I do get a commission. But don't feel like you have to. It is, though, if it's something that you do want to check out, it helps. You're welcome. Hmm. Invisible Life of Addie. I might have to check that out. Yeah, that's a really good series there. I ended up getting some of the books in that series in hardcover because I could not bring myself to wait for them to be in paperback. So eventually I ended up getting the whole series in hardcover because I had to have all the books be in the same cover type. And yeah, that that happened. And clumsy. Oh well. Clumsy thumbed it again. Get these guys down here. 5 merge there, and that's my first 2 level 4 bushes. Get rid of the mushroom. Get rid of that mushroom. Two more of the 3s. We'll bring those over there. Two more of the 3 stacks of logs, which will give me 2 more cabins. Bring those over here. All right. And everything's been tapped out. Okay, good. And back to the harvesting. There you go, yeah. Awesome, awesome. I I think they're harkening back to when, you know, that was a stylistic thing years and years back when you'd have that gold gilt edge on pages. And that's not new really. You'd have that, and if you um pulled the edge slightly so that it was at an angle, you'd have images there. That was something that was trade a trade skill. Just it was a real mark of skill. So it's kind of nice to see that becoming a thing again, as long as it's not damaging the book. It used to be part of the whole process. There are books in museums that have that. It's something old that's becoming new again. As long as it doesn't damage the book, though, I'm all for it. Why not? Why not? All right. Say hi to mom for me. Take it easy. I've not heard of Books Unbound. I'll have to check that out. What is that? Okay, cool. I'll have to check that out. Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out. But yeah, 4-H painting is cool. And see, older ones that I'm more familiar with, rather than this new trend, the art itself was meant to be, part and parcel of the book. It was part of the book, really. It would be like a scene from the book, possibly, or a character or whatnot. And it was just part of the design. On the other hand, if people do it themselves, it can make it harder to distinguish a special edition from a non special edition. So that could be problematic as a collector. Oh, wow. Nifty. I'll have to remember to give them a look. Or a listen. Alright, let's keep on going here. So I've got 4 4s so far. Like I said earlier, I'm going to try to race up the right-hand side of the map. This map I've found to be fairly user-friendly. Nice. I'm glad the dragons are giving you a bunch of bundles. Ah. No, I hadn't heard them talk about it. That is something, though, that I've been familiar with in terms of collecting because I had a habit for a long time of going after first editions of things. Or at the very least, early editions of things in some cases. I mean, there's been times where I've had 5 and 6 different printings of the same book just because of cover art. I admit it, I've got a little bit of a problem with that, of doing that sort of thing. I am a bibliophile. But it's a good addiction to have, within reason. There you go. Yeah, maybe that's a. But yeah, on one hand, forage painting is nice because it's good for things like the collectible ones, the special editions, and like that. People doing it themselves just to have pretty edges, it's briefly something cool and it's neat that people could do it, but it's worrisome. Like I said, it is really worrisome because it can devalue the collections and it could scam people. It as somebody that has spent money in the past just to have those special editions that have that kind of thing, I'm not happy to think that there's people that are doing it, if they're doing it just to resell them, because that's scummy. If you're doing it for your own collection and, making it obvious that they're not a special edition and that they're not to get a better resale value on your books, okay, fine. But make it obvious, mark them so that they can't fool somebody in the future. You know, because it'd be the same as somebody making a fake of a painting. I'm not going to want a fake Monet. I'm not going to want a fake Picasso. I'm not going to want a fake collector's edition of a book. If you just want a line of, books that are like that with the four painting, do it on blank books. And if the idea of doing it on a blank book bugs somebody, well, then that's a them problem, because that makes me think that they intended it to fool people. That's just my 2 cents on it. Because, yes, I admit it is an art form, but like I said, if it is done intentionally to take advantage of somebody, potentially, to scam somebody, it's little more than forgery. Even if it's not copying the design that was done for a special edition. If it can be mistaken as being a special edition because of it, then it's scammy. So, like, say for example, you have an art book that you're doing, a sketch pad. Do it on that. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. All right, and there's 2 more 2s. And that's 2 more of the 4s. those and get those going. Do 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 do. Uh, all right, let's see here. Let's get another merge on here after I move these twos out. And we'll move these over. Move that two up. Get rid of that mushroom. And we'll bring these over. Do 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 do. Get these over here and merge all those. And that's a couple of those. All right. Oh no! Do you have any of them left in it at all? Even if there's only one egg left in the nest, you can still use it for that key. It doesn't have to be full. Oh darn. Oh, ouch. Dang it. That is so frustrating. I am so sorry. Where are you down? I feel you there with the puzzles. Oh, ouch. Did you get any dragons? Did you get enough dragons that you can replace your slow rock dragon at least? Because I try to remember that they're just a bonus to get the nest. And it doesn't always happen. So as long as there's some good dragons, roll with it. Yes, it's a frustration that, you didn't get to use the nest or you forgot to use the nest, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, if you still had the other stuff, yeah, go for a replacement one. Make like one and hope for the best, but yeah. Kinda? That sounds like you got zoomers. Okay, cool. That's something at least. You're doing better than me in terms of orbs, at least. Alright. I'm almost to 2 souls, at least. So you're ahead of me there. Alright, let's see here. 2 more 3 stacks. Two more 4s. 2 more 5s. So I've got enough for one. Oh, I'm glad you got them now. And yes, those ads for the red gem or the red orbs definitely help. I'm going to be so sore if I lose that. They just need to release that full stop to everybody. And give us a few more options for it than what they have it at now. But don't do them for anything less than the red ones. Basically, the point where it cuts off for those is if something will cost more than 100 gems, I believe, is where it cuts off for if you'll get those ads. Same for the ones in camp, and if you do them in camp, it counts towards the ones in the events, I'm fairly certain. I just know that I don't do them in camp 24 hours before an event because I don't want to run that risk of having it eat up the possibilities. That's 2 more 3s. Two more cabins. Do, 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 do. All right, keep it on here. So I need 3 more of the 4s so that I get 1 5. And we're going to bring that pink one over there. Do 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 do. Tap some heals off those. That's 2 more 3s of the logs. Do 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 do. Two more cabins. And that's 2 4s. Do 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 do. And that's 2 of the 3s. And that's 1 more cabin. Get rid of that mushroom and that one. That's the twin flowers harvest done. Come on, spit one out here. And there's my first 2 ruins. Yeah, that's true. I did go to the next step on my prism flowers, but they do harvest faster. I sometimes go up to the blue ones, and that gives better orbs. Alright, let's see here. That one's tapped all out. No nest. Well, Crimson and a worker. That's better than that guy. Thank you, Rock Dragon. Goodbye. Do 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 do. Let's hope for the best on this one. No nest! Do I go for another one? One more? I could go for one more. Let's see. Harvester. Okay. Yeah, we'll go for one more. But not get hung up on it. We'll stick this up this way. All right, let's lock it in. All right. Uh-huh. Yep. I'm only going to go for one more. And if I don't get it this time, I don't get it. And I just move forward. Only going for one more, though. Not two. Because I'm not going to get hung up on it. Because sometimes you just don't get it. I remember when I first started doing prism flower method, and I would sit here and I would keep going until I got that nest. Even if it meant I was making 8 or 9 ruins, because sometimes it just doesn't want to give it up. But it's better to just put a limit on it. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's a bonus. Gotta remember, it's just a bonus. It's not the be-all, end-all. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. There's 2 more of those. What was in that box? Couple coins and a flower. Do 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 do. It'd be nice if they'd give me bigger stacks. One of those over, that's 2 more cabins. Two more 3s. And keep on going. Do 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 do. Hopefully, my heals will uncover things that will give me a fast track to points, too. Do, 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 do. Make sure I get those all tapped out. I did. Get back to it. Do, 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 do. Alright. Of course. Of course. And there is a limit on how many you can do, too, per day. Which is a bummer. Because if they gave us more, I'd do more. I'll admit it. I would do more of those ads to get more of those. Won't do them for anything less, but I would do more for more of the same. Let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, let's get these tapped on out. Get them going again. I am going to aim on the far right and just try to shoot up the right hand side, personally. Because that's where the star is on the far upper right. That's where the star is. That's where the golden capsule is. That's where the nest is. Far right. That's where all my favorite goodies are. Two more cabins. Whoops. Okay, I miscounted there. And that's two more fours. That could be a spot to do it. Hey, that might work. That might be a good spot. Alright, let's... And that's two more. Four more. Alright, and that's two more cabins. Get rid of that mushroom. Do, 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 do. Alright. I've got enough for 2 5s so far. But we're going to go for 2 more 4s. That'll leave me needing only 2 more after that of the 4s to make that third ruins. Two more cabins. Get rid of that mushroom. Get rid of that mushroom. Another cabin. Get rid of that. Point item can get out of there. There's 2 5s. Alright, good luck. And we're going to grab that free capsule. I hope that I get that nest. Here's hoping. It's a 5. Two more cabins. Alright, and there's another ruins. Here we go. Here's hoping. Aha! Third one did it. All right, now where is that key? Right down at the bottom there. All right. Hey, look, it's a zoomer. That's going away. Goodbye, zoomer. I don't need you. And we've got a duck. We're gonna have puddles. That nest was a dud. No matches. Well, two more blue flowers. Nope. Two more blue flowers, two more glowings. Clean up my mess. Get rid of these bushes. Another zoomer. That can go away. That's a harvester. I can get rid of the worker now, which is this guy, because he's a little bit slower on the uptake too. Alright, there we go. And we will merge the trees before I sell them off, just because that releases a heal. Every little bit counts. Where is the star? Ah, yes, the star is a good spot to launch those from. Definitely. That still counts as the right-hand side to me. And we'll bring these down. But yeah, totally need to do it up there. Alright. Lock it in. And now we're going to grind out the orbs. Good luck with them. I'm going for 2 of them to start with. 3 surely should give you enough. You might be right about making 3 of them, though, to get it all. Part of me wants to open up that to spend on the gold capsule so I can open that up because I know there's two big blue orbs behind there and it'll be point items, but I can take the time and make those and save the gems for better things. Alright, let's get a merge in here. That's a nice little merge, and that makes it 10. And we'll do that and make it. Alright, two-dimensional jars. Thank you, dragons. Let's get these guys going before I go for those. Do, 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 do. And do 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 do. Pardon. I do like these for the red ones, though. Like I said, if they would give us more of them than what they currently give us, I'd still do more of them. And there's the second one. And there we go. All right. Got them both. Do, 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 do. That's definitely going to help. And keep on going here. I had short ones that time for the ads, which I am very grateful for. Never hurts when they're shorter. Do, 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 do. Alright, let's merge them. These are going right along pretty quick, and I'm loving that. Let's get these guys going again. Alright, and merging these. Woo! I need one more. Get these going again. Alright, just carrying on. Hey, welcome back, Josh. Ooh, ouch, on whacking your knee. What about making it? I've thought about it, but there's an awful lot out there. It might be something to think about, yeah. If nothing else, just how I do it and show what settings I like to use and whatnot. Yeah, that could be a thing. Because there are different settings and ways to do things, and the way I do them for making things comfortable for me might not be the same for everybody else. Yeah, it's a good idea. Thank you for the idea. I will warn you, between the trial and when you actually get the full game, there is a lot of additional download. So, yeah, okay. More dimensional jars that I can watch ads on. We're gonna do that. So, we're gonna do that one. Do 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 do. Auto look feature. What do you mean? Oh wow. Um, for looking at things, if there's like a shiny thing to interact with, auto loop. No, it doesn't have an auto loop, but you can. Uh, it has a need greed path system. Sadly, you can't make those an auto thing without breaking terms of service. And in the newest raids, which you won't get to for a while, um, the newest raids will have it so that you can only get one loot item from it a week. So, if it's for the job you're on, you'll be able to need. If it's for a job that you're not currently on, you'll only be able to greed. So there's that too. And if you were going to use mods, you would have to be on PC. You do not want to use mods, technically, because, like I said, they break terms of service. And there was a whole lot of hullabaloo about that recently-ish because of some stuff that people were doing. So, yeah. Yeah, I will have to tell you about that off stream. There was, yeah, it's kind of one of those you don't talk about Fight Club things, and people got really lax, and yeah, there was a lot that went on, including a cease and desist that went out. So yeah, can we get done with this one? This one's a long one. Yes, very much so. Very much so. Amongst other things. But yeah. Okay. And we're back. All right. And it looks like that's it for me for the ads on those. 'Cause that one's not showing up as one now. I've used them all up. Okay. But still, that's a great big help. Let's get these going again. And it actually came down to appearance items and stuff like that being modified. The long story short is that there was a mod that people were using so that they could share what their mods were on their computer with anybody around them, and it was causing a big download, and it caused a lot of lag for the game for people. Oh wow. And yeah, the main rule with it is if it doesn't affect other people's play and doesn't affect other people, it kind of gets overlooked for the most part, as long as it's not giving an unfair advantage and stuff. But the thing with appearance changing stuff was getting shared between computers and causing a lot of lag, and some of it was very, very not safe for work. Well, we'll call it that. And then there were other ones that were worse and that got ostracized from the main community as well. So it was it was seedy. It was, yeah. People were pretty much flaunting too that they were using certain modifications. And they can't overlook that because it can come back on the game for the big part. So yeah, I'm not surprised that it got a cease and desist because people have no chill. So yeah. Now that stuff only works on PC. It doesn't work on like PS5. So there's that too. So if you're playing on, you know, on PlayStation, you won't have to worry about it. Keep on harvesting. Keep on building up these orbs. Grinding them out. I ought to check on that quest or quests that this is completed. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I figured. It's not like this was the it's not like 14's the only game that has that stuff. Well, it completed another one. Alright, merge these on up. And keep on going here. Whoops. Oh, I dropped my pens. There we go. Pick that on up. Um, there's a slider for deciding how much of the assets you want. There is no but slider, but there is for boobs. Um, you would be looking at the femro. Femros at the max size on the boob slider definitely have vast tracts of land. They're a little thicker around the middle too. Not like fat, but thick. There is no bulge package slider. There is a muscle slider for more muscle definition. This is a Japanese game, so bear in mind that the quote unquote cute races are very waifu-esque. And that would be your auras, which are the dragon girls, and the Makotes, which are the cat girls. Um, within reason, but there's no it's it's definitely defined as two genders in the game, but you can kind of make the characters appear a little bit trans if you want to. Certain races are more inclined to it than, yeah, Nico Nico girls. That's the Mikotes. All right. Um, certain races are more predisposed to having kind of that trans look. Like I said, femros generally are assumed to be either lesbians or trans. You sometimes get that with the bunny boys as being a masculine version, just slightly masculine version of what's normally just a female race. Um, but yeah, you can pull it off. I do have one design for femros that definitely looks more trans than anything. It's one that I designed to be like a tribute to David Bowie. So it's definitely got the Ziggy Stardust look going on. Um, they there's a couple of NPCs that kind of get classed as being and that direction, but yeah, they try to steer away from that. Remember, it's a Japanese company, so there's certain things that just certain looks that go around. And there's a lot of glam items, so you can make a character look lolly if you really want to. Um, Now, bear in mind, they also have a race called Lalafels that are little tiny, and basically they sound like wah all the time. They identify as loud, and a lot of people see them as childlike. Yeah, they pretty much steer away from that, but there's stuff. Um, this is gonna be so out of context if I show you some of this stuff. Let's see. I'm gonna send you something, Josh. All right. All right, got emojis up. And that gives me two more reds, two more of these. And get grinding these some more. All right. Oh, shoot. I haven't switched this back from the ad, or have I? It's just rolled back. Okay. Never mind. The screen that I'm on is rolled back a few minutes. Okay. Had a panic moment there. Whew. Okay. All right. And get these going again. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. And just zooming along here. Do 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 do. Nice. Thank you for the heads up there, Cheryl. I appreciate that. And yeah, hopefully they go right. Literally, right? Merge it on up, merge it on up. See, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Move that away. Alright. And merge it again. I'm definitely getting closer to having a couple of heavens. But I'm just going to keep grinding these for a little bit. Since it's not bothering me too much, I'm not having that itch to launch anything just the moment. So I'm going to embrace that and relax and keep harvesting. So this last week, I also noticed that there's a new potion in the floating thing, and I'll admit, I spent the gems to fill that so that I wouldn't get those floating balloon crap coming across my screen. And I've noticed that that works. As long as there is not room to acquire another one of those, that stupid freaking balloon is one less thing floating across my screen. So even though I have no intention of using the potions, I am going to count that cost as well spent because it got rid of an annoyance. The new ones are for targeted harvesting. Here, I'll show you what that is. It's this one here. Focus potion. Dragons harvest nonstop until commanded otherwise. Use it in camp or out of camp events, and it's a 30-minute duration. No. I'm not gonna use those because I don't want to have room for one of those to come up, so I don't have those stupid balloons going across. No thanks. If it was a one and done, or, didn't cost so many gems, I might consider it. But it costs too much. I'd rather save my gems for prism flowers in the events. Or the occasional golden capsule. Alright, merge them up. Do more red ones. Get rid of that dimensional jar. And back to the harvesting. Alright, let's keep going. Harvesting. Like I said, I want 2 heavens, at least. Alright, let's merge it again. And that's two more of the red ones. Excuse me, come over here. Thank you. Back to the harvesting. Alright, and we're gonna merge it again. Do 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 do. That's a 9. That's a 10. Two more reds, which is two more of these. Get rid of those. Just toss these off to the side. And back to the harvesting. So I've got 4 souls on the screen. Got some orbs off screen too. Keep on harvesting. Well, I guess a couple of them aren't on screen for you guys, though. They're behind my, the banner I've got across my coins and gems and so forth. Alright, and we'll merge. And there we go. Alright, carrying on here. Merge it up. Alright. We're just grinding away. Do do do. Do 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 do. Alright, let's get this merged up again. I'm getting lost in that harvest. And there we go. I'll bring these down here, and that's 2 more giants. We're just going to keep on harvesting. All right. You still have a... No, I don't. When I moved, Smurfette got rehomed, and the cat we had here passed away this past year. Smurfette's very happy where she's at, although she has a new name. She's now named Mona. But she's very happy where she is. And she still steals pens. Alright, so definitely have 2 more souls worth on the board. So I've got enough for 2 heavens. Oh no, she passed away. She was elderly when I moved here, and she just... It was time, pretty much. Which is a shame. She was a good kitty. So if I weren't doing rush rewards, I'd imagine that in 24 hours I'd be able to get more of the free orbs, the ads for the red orbs, but I'm not gonna fart around to test that. Yeah, she'll always be Smurfette to me too. Apparently, the reason they call her Mona now is because she just moans and carries on about things. Which, to be fair, that defines her pretty good. Congrats on finishing up and have fun with the merge adventure. Alright, so I'm going to carry on here a little bit more, fill this up. I should launch those two heavens here pretty soon and see what kind of damage I do with healing stuff out. But I'm going to fill it up first. Looks like the duck pooped out some puddles for me at some point. I've got a couple mushrooms up there. And carrying on here. Gonna leave those sprouts alone for now. I really hope that these go to the right when I launch them up there. I've got one souls towards more heavens already. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Once it gets filled up. Fingers crossed I'll at least get the gold capsule. Actually, while I'm thinking about it, there. Alright. There was a couple little merges I could make that save me some space. Save me some heal in the long run. Do 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 do. Alright. I feel like the last time I did this I was faster. That's okay. It all happens in its own time. I might have used a gold capsule last time too. That definitely shaves some time off. Alright. Everybody's filled up. Let's get rid of these dimensional jars. Unlock this. And I'm going to grab that heavens, bring it up here to where this star one is. And launch it, get that out of the sight. Might have done the gold pass too last time. Alright, let's see. Merge that out. All right, we'll bring these over here. Hmm. Okay, inkwell's over there. Do I have a couple? I've got an artist ink pot. Do I have another one? Do I have another one? Now I do. Oh, that's gonna chain merge. Yee. Yank this up here and save that heel. I'm gonna bring that box down here. And bring this up here. All right, be nice to me here. Two, and it got it for me. All right. And bring that gold capsule down. Excellent. And bring these up here. All right, so there's that. I need a little bit of heel here. And merge that on up. And we'll bring that 2x1 down. Grab the 2x2. Bring these pallets down. And the brushes can come up here. If I merge there, that's two more of the pallets. And that's a 10 there. That's a 5 of the Furious, 5 of the Wondrous. It's 2 more of the red ones now. Get rid of that dimensional jar because I can't watch an ad to get it. Alright, let's see. Tap the heels on out of those. That key. Right there. Please be nice. Yes, it was nice. Okay. And twin flower. We're going to make 2 more twin flowers by bringing these glowings up. Let's just see if I get any more dragons from this, since I already have it open. Ooh, another of the crimsons. Okay. Maybe after I get that open, if I open it. Oh, I could heal that out, and I've got the key over there somewhere. There it is. I'm going to bring you down here. Okay. Inkwells. Ink pots. Wells, pots, same difference. I already did a 5 merge. We'll do a 3 merge. Like I said, this is a pretty user-friendly map. Although there's the bottle for that key. Pallets. Okay. That's 2 more 6s. I'm not worried about the quests, so I'm just gonna crank out points. Hey, you made it though. Alright. Alright, so there we go. And another one of the 2x1s. Alright, let's see here. I should break these down so that I get the 5 merges. There's a 5. Wouldn't mind that counter that's in another game. Going with what they've been doing so far, you know, it'll have a limit and a price tag on it, rather than being just a quality of life improvement. Which means figuring out a workaround for it. Yep. So, not expecting it to ever happen in a usable manner. Or a reasonable manner for folks that don't spend a bunch of money. That's, yeah, that's about the long and short of it. There's another one of these over here. Yes, there is. And that's a couple more of the pallets. And one there. Getting there. Alright. And another 2x1. Thank you, dragons. Churning them out today. Lovely. Don't go too far with them. Where are you going with them? You could drop that, thank you. Oh, you got a bunch of them up here that don't need to be all the way up there. Where are you going? No. No, no, no. Running off with my stuff. This can come down here as well. And we'll bring this down here. Merge those up, and that's 2 more of the 7s. That's 2 more 8s. I need 1 more 8. Almost there and barely scratched the surface here. I like it. Bring these on over. It's coming along nicely. If I need them. I've got more of these toy cannons. Well, that's definitely an if. What's in this star? More of the chests if I need them. Do, 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 do. Okay. Looks good. And there's 2 more of the 6s. And there's 2 more of those. 2 more pallets. Two more brushes. Two more pallets. All right. Let's see here. More clocks. We'll bring one of those to the side. There we go. 2 more spatulas. uh... There's a story behind that, and it's cute. But it's not my place to tell it. Is that? It is another one. And we'll 5 merge those. That's 2 more of those. We're just going to crank out these points. Although I wouldn't mind getting that. I think that's the right one for it. Should be either that one or the blue one. But I wouldn't mind getting that key either. There's the blue one. I think that's too roundabout. Mm-hmm. All right. And we'll bring these over. Okay. And that makes a 10. That makes a 5. And we'll merge those, and that's 2 more pallets. 2 more of these. That's 7s. All right. So I need 2 more 7s, because that'll give me 1 more 8, which will give me the board, or at least the points. Let's see. Two. That's a 10. That's a 5. And that, and that, and there are my 2 9s. All right, so we'll collect the points. Come on. It takes a minute because it's got to decide and figure out all the 3 places it's going to send stuff to. Because it goes to camp, it goes to Arcadia, it goes to Dawnville. And it's got to figure out that it's sending the card somewhere else. So it's like 4 places it's sending stuff to. And it's going to process all that. And there we go. Do 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 do. And that's all the rewards. Or it should be. That should be the rush. It's taking a moment, taking its own sweet time. There we go. Yep, got the rush rewards. All the stuff. All the things. I'll have to decide if I want to grab the gold pass before I go to 150 before I go to Act 2, if I'm gonna do Act 2, and all that jazz. We'll decide later. I'm not gonna do it right now. So yeah, I did that with 2 heavens because I got lucky and the heel all went up into that top corner. So yeah. So thanks for hanging out. Good luck with your events. Love y'all loads. Stay awesome. And hopefully I'll see you again this weekend. If not, I'll see you next time. Bye for now.